How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. And today we're getting it painted with, well, some more Marvel United minis. So it wants to focus on the metals and not me. And then I put the mini up and I want it to focus here. Stop focusing on the metals. I mean, I want you to focus on the metals. Yes, those are extra life metals. So of course, we are raising money for extra life charities. But I was trying to focus on the mini. But we are still painting our Marvel United minis. That's what you guys voted on for the next game for me to play. Marvel United will have to take another hiatus because I will be out of town next weekend. So it's kind of hard to paint minis while you're not able here. So either way, let's get these painted. We started last night and we will... well, I'll say we will try to finish in the night, but no, I kind of got to get them finished tonight. Otherwise, we don't have minis to use. So Professor Xavier, the one thing I did do is I did do one more coat of yellow, but I actually switched to the Vallejo yellow for that. The only difference between the Vallejo and the Army Painter one, besides all the stuff I talked about last night, is the color. This is a little bit lighter yellow, but I think it's finally there's still some, I can still see some dark shadows showing through. Like I don't remember. I think I'm on like 8 coats of yellow. I would have been better off painting. I've got yellow primer. I would have been better off using some yellow primer on him. I forgot how much of him was yellow. I forgot. Either way, we're going to go ahead and get going. I do want to do his jacket. So let's switch our glasses here. Go from being blind glasses to being even more blind glasses. Now, I did order... So I complained about these because this is just so big and bulky. So I found a pair that says it's lighter weight. I wish they had the ones where you could put these lenses on them without the light at all. Like I wish you could just get it without the light. I don't want the light. I mean, technically the light would help me. I mean, in this situation where, like I've talked about having low light, but I just don't. It would make it so much lighter if I could lighter without the light. All right, I did not shake this up, so this may not be exactly the tone I want it to be, or it may be thinner than I want it to be. That was way more than I needed. Although I've used this, so at least because it's got this on the top, I know I've used it. And then I heard them in there, but I don't have it marked. So let me make sure I mark this one. So I put a little Sharpie mark on it to show that I've got the ball bearings in it, because Army Painter, of course, and the newer ones, they actually have a picture that shows that you have the balls in it, the mixing balls. All right, so I really want about it. I want like an in-between brush of what I've been using, and I don't really have one. I mean, I have one, I just don't have it here. I should say. So we're just going to go a little bit bigger brush than I really want to. I just got to be a little bit more careful. It is Saturday. Hope everybody had a good Saturday. I went to the vet. That is what I did today. Vet said they're not worried about the lump, and they're not worried about the cough, really. And I don't know, like, okay, when you have an older dog, do the vets just like, well, we don't want you to keep wasting money and spending money, so don't, you know, it's not something really to worry about. It happens to all old dogs. So they're just like not wanting us to do. I don't know. But there was no sense of urgency or sense of like, oh, you need to do something that, you know, should be worrying. So we're not doing anything. Just letting her be Bella, I guess. Yeah, this one was too big of a brush, Will. Too big of a brush. I say that, and I keep painting with... I did the same thing when I forget. On another mini the other night, I did the same thing. I was like, this brush is too big. This brush is too big. Kept on painting with it. I'm doing it again. I mean, it's not too big. It's just, I'm trying to paint areas that I probably should just wait and use the smaller brush for. instead of trying to get the big brush to fit into that spot. right? Like back there on the back of his neck. Should not probably try to paint that with this brush, but I'm going to do it anyways. Especially since I don't want to get, well, I was going to say I don't want to get on my yellow, but right there on that spot's actually the cushion to his chair. So I actually would be kind of okay. How do I get in there? Here I definitely don't want to hit the yellow. And I hit the yellow. Yellow is such a pain to paint, Will. Why are you messing it up? No problem with this camo green or this army green is it's got a light gray color to it. So it's very hard to see the difference between the gray primer and this green paint. Probably should have gone slightly brighter. I do have another kind of camo-esque type green. It's the Lycian green, the Citadel color. That was one of the ones I got for free. Like, it just showed up on my door one day. I'm like, okay. And no, I don't think it was sent to me by Games Workshop. All right. I feel like this is definitely going to be one of those ones where I'm going to be looking at it in the morning and having to do some touch-ups. Like I said, that gray, I just can't. It's not a stark enough contrast for me. There we go. Now I got to do his white. Got to do his white. I also got to do his eyes. He's got this red blanket thing going on, which I can just use the red I use for Juggernaut. Yeah, we will see. And then I still need to remember what I want to do with this carpet. So last time I did it, I actually went all out and I did each one of the little. There's a bunch of filigree down in the carpet. I don't know if I want to do that this time. I don't know if I want to do that this time. Probably going to need more of this later, but that's fine. So this is the Necromantic Cloak, which is what I usually use for black. I did grab another black I'm going to try, which is this dragon. It's a dragon black by Reaper. Because I need two distinct blacks for X23. I need her outfit to be one color and her hair to be the other. The last couple times I've used black for the hair. I'm going to try this. See how black that is. I don't know if I've ever used it, to be honest. Hopefully that got rid of that tickle. Ooh. All right. So we're messing with eyes and shirts, and yeah, we're going tiny for a while. I don't know why I didn't think about ordering the glasses last night after my stream, because they probably would have been here today, because they're going to be here tomorrow. So, as I say, day late and $1 short. Somebody was asking on BGG how to do eyes. And I had one suggestion. Get these stupid things. That was my suggestion. Because, like, I don't know. Like I said, not everybody can do eyes. All right, Audrey can do eyes. She can without these. She's always been able to do eyes really well. I've never been able to. So yeah, I need these to do my eyes. I think I might want to do one more coat across his dome as well. Let's do one more coat across the head. It's not as thick as I want it to be. So it's been on the wet palette all night, so it's all my paint's naturally thinned down now a little bit more than it usually would be. Which is great if you were, want that thin coat. I kind of don't want a thin coat right now. All right. So let's go to the white. So the only white, he's got white on his shirt. And then he's got his cuffs. I gotta get his collar too. Same thing with this white. It's been on the wet palette all night, so it's kind of thinned down more than it was. And same as before, should have done the white first. Before I did the green. This will definitely take 2 coats. And I'll have to touch up the green I'm messing up. While I'm in here, there's some yellow missing there. That's sad, like with all with 7 coats of yellow and it's still got spots that are missing. That was that green spot I hit earlier. Alright, I kind of want this white to thicken up a bit, so I'm going to put a little bit more back on it. Because I definitely don't want to try to use something that thin for eyes. That ain't happening. So let's get a little drop away from that thin stuff. Definitely gonna be touching up the green. I completely missed that one. Holy cow. That was horrendous, Phil. Alright, and the problem is I can't... Well, I guess I can get the blue out now. I need the blue for his tie anyways, and I need the blue for Marrow, so... So this is troglodyte blue. I've been liking this blue. This troglodyte blue for like a light blue. It's kind of a greenish, got a little bit of a green in it. That was way too much blue. I'm very heavy-handed with my squeezing this evening. I should say most evenings. All right. Let me get this. I don't know why I wiped that, why I rinsed that off. I need to do his tie. And see if I can get the little glint thingy. That's about what is that's gonna get. Alright, how's that look? I can barely tell. Not half bad, I'm guessing. I don't know. Everybody has their opinion of good. Dang it. Keep missing, it keeps going into the white. trying to avoid. Yeah, need to get in there and get some white in it. I'll get that green out first. No, oops. Here we go. All right. So let's, I think for the red, I'll do the red on his little thing there, do his carpet red. And then do need a brown though, because he's on like a wood surface. Actually, I can just probably use that tan if that buff is still good. I don't know if it is. Do not know if that buff is still good. So this is the airbrush paint, which I was talking about yesterday, and it's like, you know, it works really well undiluted, right? Without watering it down, because it's already watered down to flow through an airbrush. So if you could get airbrush paint for the same price as regular paint, you could pretty much get your all your paint has airbrush paint, and you kind of wouldn't need probably a wet palette either. Like I said, it's very thin now because, again, it's sat overnight and absorbed more water. So before, when I just put it on the wet palette to begin with for Juggernaut, it was probably, it was a little light, right? It did take 2 coats. But now it's like really thin. Do not want to do that blanket with that, especially with how thin this is acting. I feel like they kind of did Professor dirty by making him look like he was an old man with this blanket. I get cold. I need a blanket. I know he's an older guy, I guess in the comics it always kind of, I guess I've always read him as like, I mean, older in relationship to the students. I've never like associated him with like somebody in his 60s, 70s, right? I've always kind of more like maybe like 40s. I don't know. Although now I think his original, the OGs, they're now in their, I think, 40s. Because actual, what is the sliding time scale? I think right now is 15 years have passed since Fantastic Four #1. It. Just trying to get that yellow in there, and I hit the red, and again, because it's thin, it's very watery down in there, so it hadn't dried yet. That's okay. So now that red ties in with the red on the bottom. I just have to determine, do I want to do do I want to do the filigree on the base or not? Let's see here. Might be just enough of this buff to do the wood. Not doing the filigree makes it seem like I was being lazy. I almost feel like I have to do the filigree. Like I almost have to do the filigree. But I'll have to let this dry first. Because I will need I'll probably just use a gold, an actual metallic gold. As much as I'm complaining about yellow, and yellow doesn't cover very easily, unfortunately it's being just as much of a pain in the neck to cover back up where I got it on the rug. Yeah, his base is like one of the most, I don't know, I'm not a fan of it because it's just this random square down at the bottom, right? It's very, very odd base choice. All right, so I think he's good. Let's let that dry so I can do the filigree. And let's go ahead and go to Mr. Kane Marco. We'll go to his stepbrother. And we'll touch up where I was basically a big slop when I was doing the skin. Reason is, of course, I did it out of order. I should have done skin first. Let's also thicken this up just a touch. Because this being a light color, it's not going to cover as well as I would like it to. All right. I don't know what I want to go with. A bubble right in the middle of the paint. Tried so hard to get it down in that crease, and that one line right there just filled it right back in. So, oh well. Completely missed there. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, just so much fine line between his skin and his armor. And so you either have the flesh color bleed into the red, or you have the red bleed into the flesh color. And these are three-dimensional, so it's like, okay, you have a top edge, a bottom edge. Gotta worry with it as well. Hopefully this pretty much does the job for me, and I'm going to try to do this as a second coat on any of this. I said, because the flesh tone is kind of light. So putting a color, especially a darker color or a lighter color, you normally get a lighter color. Which means you're still going to see basically a shade difference on those edges. I was debating, did I want to make his armor or the metal parts a slightly different color, because right now he's very monotone. Biggest fear with doing any of that is messing up the rest of the colors. We're not necessarily messing up the rest of the colors, but like getting outside the lines again and then having to do all this touch up all over again. So fine, let me look up a picture of Juggernaut. I know some people, they painted him more like the movie, but you know, was nowhere near the movie guy. Marrow Comics, Juggernaut. Images. No, he is very monotone. I mean, he's had a time where he's like his boots and his like centerpiece was more of a red. So I could do that with the reddish color I was using. Yeah, let's go for it. I feel like it's too monotone right now. We'll use my old faithful red. Let's see what we can do. Now, because this is a darker color compared to Lady Deathstrike, it should do a little bit better. Like, it'll be a little bit darker. And if not, I can mix in a little bit to make it darker. Yeah, so he's got this little section. Again, why am I using the big brush wheel? And we'll do his boots too. I don't know what he's running over. Now that's kind of my debate of what color. Well, I guess in the picture it's gray, so I guess it's supposed to be like a cement or a sidewalk. So I guess I'll do gray. It's surprising that Juggernaut grew up so strong. In his early childhood, it was a question, milk jug or not. And too often he went to bed hungry. Jug or not. Hello, David. How you doing? Hope you had a good week. Good Saturday. Mentioned earlier, when my Saturday was taking Bella to the vet. That was most of the morning. I got home around lunchtime. And the vet said she looks great for a 15-year-old dog, and she's not worried about her lump or her cough or anything. Audrey, on the other hand, is very worried. Alright, so that, like I said, that gives it a little bit of difference in the color. I mean, it's here you can barely see the difference. Nap didn't help. Whose nap? My nap? You think I get to take a nap? Lucita gets to take naps. Or your nap didn't help. And like, should I do anything else? I mean, he's just so monotone. Maybe if I do like a light, let me do a light glaze of this color. His helmet. Oh, your nap? Ah. Yeah, I'd like to take a nap. Audrey's not feeling good, so she actually got to take a nap with Sita earlier today. I'm jealous. Jealous of all you nappers, all you people that take naps. I don't get to take naps. Alright. X-ray goggles time. Gotta do his teeth and his eyeball. Or, they're not really eyeballs, they're just slits in his helmet. Figured that was gonna happen. Just fill it in. We'll touch it up. Trying to be all precise in there, and just knew that wasn't gonna happen. Because technically... Oh, and actually, you can see his eyes in there. Yeah, we're not going to play that game. Huh. They actually did sculpt tiny little, like, circles, dots in there for his eyes. Yeah, it's crazy. Also, using these things, you can see all your imperfections. Don't use these things for anything other than eyes. You'll be spending all day long, if you have OCD, trying to fix things. Not if it don't help, and much better if you don't need it. Will the straps on the sides of his chest get any detail like brass buttons? I was debating that. The problem is, like in the comics, you can't tell is something metal, is it not metal? You know, it's really hard to tell. I do have... Nope. I have Evil Chrome. And I have... Nope. I do have this wrought iron. I've used this before. It's kind of got a little bit of red, but it's really dark. I think it'd be too dark. Let me see what these two look like. I could at least do that, like you said, do the little buttons or something. Because that's the problem, is like, you figure this is probably fabric, this is metal, that's metal. His bracers are probably all metal. And I've seen people do him completely metal. I've not liked that look as much. So I think that's, yeah, that's gonna be way too dark. The wrought iron. Get back in the wrought iron. Let's see this one. I haven't used this yet. It's new. That might work. At least just for the little brass fittings. I have a green shiny, a blue shiny, purple shiny, blue shiny. Why not? Let's go. Brush. This brush. Let's see if David's idea helps. It can't hurt, right? Worst case scenario, I mess up and then I have another one to paint. Give this one away for charity. Because I do have the promos still, because I've got multiple sets of the promos. And of course they made him a blue version, so he could be a hero. Breaks up, gives texture. Yeah. It looks like bling bling now because it's, again, my camera lighting never does what I want it to do. Let me do, let's see here. Edge highlight on his knuckles. Oh. It's got these like little lines, creases. Little Jug promo. If you have extra, yeah, offer those up sometimes. Yeah, so I've mentioned this before. I've got 2 of the Amazon specials, right? So the core box plus the spider, the first spider box, and the Doctor Strange. And I've got an extra witching hour because I got mine on Amazon and I ordered one, right? Because I want to make sure Amazon, if they sold out. And then I've got, I gotta see what's up in that shelf. And then I've got these extras as well. So I have an extra Sinister 6, another extra Juggernaut. I've got Mr. Sinister, I say Sinister 6, Mr. Sinister cards, the Deadpool cards, the Juggy cards, and the Hulk cards. So I actually have this as well as another thing. So I have to figure out how I want to do my 2 bundles, or if I would do them separate bundles, because maybe somebody's already got the core box. But I was also debating, okay, would I paint it up, right, and do it as a painted giveaway, because that's always a option to get more donations. Greyhawk promo has been hunted. Yeah. Before the witching hour, right? Once the witching hour set came out, then I mean was able to get it. You can still technically, I think, get witching hour even on Amazon. Like, it didn't sell out as quickly as they thought it was going to. I mean, it was supposed to only be several thousand copies, and like Amazon still got them. A couple little glints here and there. I don't know. All right. We need gray. I mean, we already have gray, but we need more gray. I'm running low on wet palette space. That's how I know I'm almost done painting. My problem with the Gray Hulk is that it has one art on the back and it has a different art on the front. So my OCD doesn't like that, one. But two, like, he could have gotten a new sculpt. He could have gotten a true Gray Hulk sculpt, and they just didn't do it. So it's kind of like, meh. So there's a guy, he does a lot of proxy minis for minis that don't exist. And he's got one for Gray Hulk, but he doesn't print. So he sent me to a guy that does the printing that he's given the license to. And that guy's in Spain and didn't want to like work with me. So I was like, well, and it was like the different proxies I wanted to pick up, because I wanted to pick up a mini for the symbiote deck, because there's no mini for that deck. And he made 6 minis, because he made each of the individuals, and then he also made a hybrid mini. I've got an extra Venom, so I was always debating if I would just paint that extra Venom mini as hybrid, which is probably what I'll do. But yeah, I hate the Hulk sculpt with a passion. I think I've mentioned that a couple times when I've been doing painting. Like, that is the worst sculpt in season 1. Like, how the fans didn't complain about that sculpt and they complained about the Spider-Man one. I don't know if there's anywhere to see that original Spider-Man sculpt. So I don't know if Simon just got rid of all the art assets. Or if it was a very similar mini, just like slightly different. Like, the pose was slightly different. I don't know. But yeah, the Juggernaut, or not the Juggernaut, the Hulk sculpt is horrible. And same thing, right? You compare that Hulk to now Juggernaut, right? Hulk should be bigger than the Juggernaut, and he's not. Like, the Hulk is supposed to be 7 or 8 foot tall. I forget. In the comics. And they made him basically the exact same size as everybody else. So he's a little dwarfy looking dude. Now, again, we did get better Hulks, but now that comes back down to art OCD. The mini does not match the guy I'm playing. That's why I said that's the problem with the Gray Hulk. They put the regular Hulk, but gray on the back, but they did Mr. Fix-It, Gray Hulk, on the actual cards. No clue. If it's a 3D print, the creator ought to be able to get it made many places. Yeah, he mentioned this was the one printer, and I guess it's the one that everybody goes to in Spain. But I haven't reached out again to see if somebody else does it. I've always thought about 3D printing. It's just that's a hobby in itself. And FDM is not going to give me the quality that I would want. I know some people do. Some people are perfectly fine with an FDM mini for this type of game. But for me, I'd want it to be as good because I'm going to paint them. Now, if I wasn't going to paint them, then maybe I wouldn't care as much. Well, at that point, then you got to figure out, okay, how am I going to get that same color plastic for the printer? Yeah, I've thought about FDM as well for like inserts, but a lot of times your inserts take up more room, and I'm able to a lot of times cut my box size down, my boxes sizes down substantially by just getting rid of the inserts. So for me, adding an insert takes up more room, which means I got more boxes I got to store somewhere. When I downsize, it's to get rid of boxes, or when I reorganize, I should say. Could it improve setup time? Maybe. Do I care? No, I got to set the whole thing up, get the camera set up, filming, blah 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 blah. Anyway, so for me, that's just part of the deal. Taking the setup time from 30 minutes to 25 minutes is not a benefit for me. Some other solution telling the guy in Spain isn't cooperating. Well, so here's the thing. It's actually two things, David. So one guy runs the Patreon. Another guy actually makes the sculpts. Like, it's not even the guy who runs the Patreon makes the sculpts. He just runs the Patreon for the guy. So, you know, it's not like I'd be, you know, I was trying to say, okay, if I had him, I'd show him the same way I did Minis for Mars. I'm like, hey, look. Now, if I got the STLs, I could probably get the guy from Minis to Mars to print them for me, because I know his Minis come out really good. But then that means I got to subscribe to the Patreon. And then if you weren't an active Patreon when they put the Minis up, then you got to pay for those, I think, individually. It was some weird thing I've seen people talking about in the Discord. So I don't even know if that's a doable thing. And I hit his shoes. Of course I hit his shoes. So, I got plenty of guys otherwise, so it's not the end of the world. I'll still play with the Grey Hulk. I've got 2 Hulk sculpts. So I do have the Grey Hulk sculpt. Make it from Sculpey. So I was thinking about like green stuff or something like that, right? And like an epoxy. I've got Play-Doh and like I don't know what it's called. Audrey calls it plastilina or plastiline. It's this gooey type of clay, and I don't know, it feels weird. It feels wet. I can't explain it. It's hard to explain. It will harden eventually, but like I try to make things for Lucita with that stuff, and I've got okay art talent, but like for whatever reason, when it comes to like clay and sculpting, I guess I'm not I'm not that good. Tiny little spot's gonna annoy me right here. Come on. I think the new red I put on there is now what palette has watered it down. Yeah, they were just, you know, the minis I put in there, they're just nice to have. Sculpey you bake. Yeah. So what most people use are different types of epoxy type clays for miniatures. There's some that are better than others. Green stuff is the one most people know, right? You have a yellow thing and a green thing, you put it together. But for me, I don't know either way, right? How much effort it would take me to do that. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna put on our X-ray glasses, and we're gonna. So Dave, I needed you last night to tell how many coats. I'm still not happy with this. And I think that's 8 coats. 8 coats and 3 different yellows. Started with like a orangish yellow, went to yellow, went to light yellow. Not happy. Don't like it. In your home oven, Sculpey found at craft stores. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Brass highlights on the wheelchair? No brass highlights on the wheelchair. I think it's got enough separation. If I wanted any highlights, I would just go with an even lighter one. But I don't do the highlights. For me, it's like 2-tone, call it a day. If I was going to do anything beyond this, I would probably start doing like cell shaded look. But I want to get through them first before I ever decide to play that game. Drop a part. right. Here we go. Oh, no, brass light. Oh, okay, you were asking because I was doing the thing. No, 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 no. It's for the rug. The rug has filigree on it. So it's to do the filigree on the rug. That's what the gold's for. Debating if I wanted to do it or not. Yeah, I was saying, really don't like his base. Not a fan of his base. Very bland and basic and just like this random red square in this corner. So I'm not decided I'm going to go ahead and do the filigree just to try to break that up a bit. The thing is, after I'm done this, I'm probably just going to throw a wash on it anyways. So what I'm doing here will probably be toned down quite a bit. He's riding over an Oriental rug. Yeah. It's not even a hover one because they had to attach him somehow. So it's got that random little piece that was from the mold. You mean you didn't paint the support piece invisible? Just like I didn't paint it on Invisible Woman. I didn't paint her invisible. I did see somebody do that. I guess they didn't have Invisible Woman, or they didn't have the Fantastic Four for something. I don't remember if it was Marvel Zombies or if it was for Marvel United. So they, for Invisible Woman, they just put a base. And then for the Thing, they just put a rock. And for the Human Torch, I don't know what they did. I think they had like maybe just a piece of like translucent fire token. And then for Mr. Fantastic, I think they had a piece of Play-Doh that they stretched out. Like, that's funny. All right, let's go with yes. Nope. Yes. All right, this should give me 2 more done. I did finish 1 last night, so I did get Feral done last night. So this will be 2 more done, and I've got 4 more left that are about, I don't know, anywhere between 10 to 70% done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And get off my yellow. I don't want to repaint yellow. Oh, the yellow. You gotta be kidding me. Hate the yellow. Oh, geez, I completely hit this side. All right, and base ring. All right. Professor is done. Matchstick for torch. Maybe it's a matchstick for torch. Do not remember. All right, so same thing. We got to put a wash on Juggies, and we'll call him done. So we will do this one. I like these washes. Now, Vallejo makes a whole bunch of these. I've just not picked up any of the other ones. But somebody did a, I think it's State of Paint is his channel. He did a video on like all of his different paints, and like he was getting rid of certain paints because he likes the new Army Painter stuff so much. So he's only keeping certain colors from certain ranges. But this was one of the ones he was saying for like washes he would keep. Dang it. It has sediment right there that I can't get loose. I could if I go over there. I'm not going over there. If I go over to my vortex mixer, I'd have no problem getting it. But yeah, I like this stuff. This actually works really good for city bases when I want to just do, like, it looks brown, but for whatever reason, that brown is from that sediment, so it goes away when as it settles and dries. Second verse, same as the first. All right. I've seen some people do some interesting things with the base rings too. I've just always done black. At least for, I mean, for Marvel Unite, there are games where I've done different colored base rings. But I never thought to do them the color of, you know, what they are, like purple or blue or whatever for red for villains or whatnot. It's not something I considered. All right, let's do... Lady Deathstrike is almost done as well. Let's go ahead and knock her out. Let's knock out the ones that are almost done. That way I can feel a sense of accomplishment. She keeps cracking every time I push her down. All right. We are doing shirts. I don't know what Audrey's talking about out there. It's in Spanish. I still, for the life of me, cannot learn Spanish. Hopefully, with Lucita, I'll pick up more than I used to. But, I mean, Audrey talks to Lucita in Spanish, and I have no idea what she's saying. Lucita perfectly understands. Wow, that's just, it's remarkable how a young brain works, right? Compared to our old, worn-out brains. It's just they're like sponges, and it doesn't matter to them what language you're speaking or what you're saying. They just understand that when you've said this word, it means this. The fact that two different words mean two different things is of no concern to them. Similarly, she knows the difference between Spanish and English. So while I'm saying, okay, she just thinks of it as two different words. No. If I start speaking in Spanish sometimes, she's like, no, in English. And vice versa with Audrey. If Audrey sometimes starts saying things like in English, she'll be like, no, in Spanish. Español. It's just crazy. And our friend's daughter is the same way, because she's bilingual. So it's like she knows the difference of who can speak what language, and she wants you to speak in that language, and she knows that this is the name of the animal in this language, and this is the name of the animal in this language. It's remarkable to see her brain work like that. That white made a huge difference for her. Like, she was so, like, monotone. And throw that white on there. It's like, that's a night and day difference. Earlier I was messing with this white and it was too thin. Now I'm messing with the white, and I guess because my fan, it's starting to dry out on me. Now it's kind of a little bit too thick. Alright. Luckily, her eyes are just white. So, all we need for her eyes is the black dot and the white dot. You know, I do need to do her lips, though. Dang it. Is that Juggernaut red that keeps thinning out on me. Made her look like the Joker. So I gotta do her eyes and her eyebrows. Yeah, I probably need to get a humidifier, I'm thinking, because everything on the top of my palette's just drying up. I've got plenty of water under it. Like, but it's drying the top, so it's putting that, you know, like a skin on top of all my colors. All right. Has to look ugly before it looks pretty. Oh, and that looks ugly. Well, that's dry. Let me go ahead and knock out this base because it's going to be all gray as well. I mean, her base has got like claw marks, I guess, you know, Wolverine. I guess they could be her claw marks. I whacked her hand about 4 times there. I was thinking I was definitely going to have to fix that. Not so much. I'm going to go ahead and put all these on, as much as I was messing up on the black. Should have gone with a slightly smaller brush. She's supposed to have black lining around her eyes, and I've kind of eliminated that. Let's see. works. Did it again. You're not supposed to be the Joker. Right. Yeah, can't wait for that new pair. That pair is way too heavy for that. It really hurts the nose. All right. All right, need to do the wires. All of my wire paint is, of course, dried out as well. And then we'll put the wash on it. I'm gonna call her done. That was way too much, Will. Actually, I think I'm gonna let this dry for a second because it seems like the gray is still a little wet in the crevices. All right, let's knock out other Mr. Easy Man, Mr. Zemo. Mr. Zemo, the Baron of the Zemo. Just saw it. Where is it? It's got a small little spot on his head. Oop, that is way too bright. So he's mostly red and gold and white fluffies on his shoulders. Actually, let me knock this out real quick before I do that. Manhole cover. Where this paint dries. I don't know what color his sword is. I'm gonna have to look that up. I would imagine it's probably silver. So I guess again, while I've still got this gunmetal. Well, it might be gold because everything else on him is gold. He's kind of egotistical like that. Fortunately, the art doesn't show the sword. It's cut off from both pictures. I have to look because I may want to use a more silvery silver to make that shine more. Probably gonna have to look it up too because his boots have the fluff. I get that, but I don't know what color his actual boots are. He's got the boots with the fur. This purple always looks light when I put it on, but it should darken up. What does it mean, Lady Deathstrike get work for AFL Cho? What does it mean when Lady Deathstrike gets work for AFL Cho? I don't know. That one's going over my head, David. What does it mean? That's going to be annoying to paint. AFL Cho is a pretty famous union who would occasionally strike. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Now here's the only thing. His gloves technically aren't gold. Oh, I gotta paint him yellow. Oh man. I don't want to paint him yellow. Alright, let's do this right this time. Let's throw the pink down first. I didn't do that yesterday, and so, not to say that was part of my problem. Many other problems. I do need to figure out what color. Hopefully his boots aren't yellow. They might be. It blocked one of your things. David had to unreview it. It was the one about because she had big hands, she could palm a basketball. It thought that was inappropriate about palming balls. Right. Baron Zemo. You have to type comics now. You have to make sure you put the word, yes, his boots are freaking yellow. You punk. But yeah, you have to put comics now, because otherwise you'll get, you know, the MCU. Of course, his boots are yellow. So we're going to make them pink, and then we'll make them yellow. Maybe. That's the goal. I realized that I would have painted this yellow when I was doing the 12 coats of paint on Xavier's chair. I'm joking. It wasn't 12. I've done 8 or 9. Not 12. But after about the 5th coat, you kind of just, you know, it feels like 12 anyways. All right, Baron. What do you got? Versus count. Oh, Zemonop. Oh, okay. Versus. Okay, I'm blind. I didn't read the MNOP part. Somebody's out there revving their engine somewhere. Doesn't sound very good either. It sounds like, you know, they're revving an engine that shouldn't be revved the way they're revving it. It's the cool thing to do. Alright, so now let's do our first coat of white, or however many coats it's going to take. Do I have to do the leopard print? That's the question. Do I have to do the leopard print? Oh, too much white fluffies. And it's a weird texture too, so it's like the brush doesn't really get in there as good as I'd want it to. So it's taking extra time to try to get it in there. I mentioned yesterday about, okay, you mix a paint, you know, you use that paint, and then, you know, your paint dries or you run out. Baron Zemo's little sash is that situation, so I'm probably going to have to go straight, my straight burgundy color instead of the mixed color. The main fur is white with black dots, if I recall. Used to be worn by kings, so maybe that's what Zemo's doing. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta do the black dots too. Not looking forward to that. I mean, it's black dots. Black dots are... That, technically, a dot's the easiest thing I can put on them. And also in the comics, the Baron is his actual title. Him and then his son. There's Heinrich, Zemo, and... I forget the other one. This one, I guess, could be whichever one you want it to be based on the continuity of your matchup. Is it World War II or is it modern day? Painting all over this purple. Just, oh man. Boys, you were getting yelled at, I heard you. I don't know what Jellies was doing. Got yelled at. Tried to sachet once, but it wasn't. I wasn't wearing a sash, so it didn't work. Enchanté, sachet. So I think I'm gonna have to redo his whole mask because I don't think I've got that color anymore. So I'm not going to do his eyes yet. the white was still wet. Still looks goofy with his pink pink gloves and pink boots. There we go. Alright, let's see what we can do with this yellow. Definitely gonna need more than one coat. It's thinned itself down a bit. Yeah, I can't figure it out. Like some of my paint on this palette is just drying up, and then other paint's just like turning into liquid, like thinning up. So it's like half is stealing all the water, and the other half is just like, you can have it. Yeah, it's crazy. It completely ran off of his boots. Let me stir this up. He has eyes. The better see you with, my dear. There's a mini painter who says they like painting yellow. They need to have their head examined. Yeah, we're gonna have to let him dry because I'm not gonna try and do another coat until that dries. So let's move on to Marrow. Keep messing up her mouth. All right. Alright, so I've debated which green I wanted to do. I think I'm going to go with Scaly Hide. Although I don't think I like the consistency of Scaly Hide. I'm not sure what's supposed to be green and what's supposed to be blue on her shirt. Very weird. And then she's got her bones, of course, sticking through, so it's like, I'm not sure what to paint there is a nightmare as well. It's like, okay, am I painting the bone? Am I painting the shirt? Am I painting... So her shirt's also got this blue, so it's kind of... You know, Simon's usually okay with, like, putting lines where those details are. Still not the easiest thing to make out. She's also one of those ones where they kind of took liberties with the design a little bit, because, like, not everything in the art is on the mini, vice versa. These are supposed to be yellow. I'm not playing that game. Not even close. I don't think it matters that much. Alright. Let's get the blue one. Because I need the blue to be a little bit darker now that I look at it on the professor, so it's really got to be probably a 50-50 mix. Oops. Ooh, can't find a comfortable sitting position tonight. Dang it, I forgot I'd already done that grate. Dang it. I'm getting a little bit sloppy on that boot. Gonna have to repaint it. Still say they screwed up on this mold. They made her bone shin pads, which would really just be bone extruding from her, or knee pads, just be bone extruding from her. They made them more like actual knee pads. It's got this line around the back, which shouldn't be there. Paint it and try to blend it in. But yeah, when they made it, they were thinking, "Oh, these are knee pads." They're not knee pads. No, they're bone. Oh, what did I see? Sucks. Can't see where that line is on this side. I'm gonna say it's there. This side's like really nice and detailed, so I can see it's raised. This side, it got lost somewhere. Everything is drying up so quick. Like it shouldn't be. Like I mean, it's still. I got my fan going, but like it's on a wet palette. I live in Florida. It's not like I have zero humidity. Touching up her hair and I never finished it. Let's get her bone white, because that's probably going to need a couple coats too. But again, it's my airline, so this should actually do pretty well. I haven't even touched X23 yet. Jeez. All right. This always happens. Like I just get too caught up on like some small detail on some character, and then it takes me twice as long to do it than it should. And what color would you color bone? Other than bone white? Yeah, I think they did a disservice making these very squared off in the mini. Because then, yeah, they look very much like knee pads. Where in the art, right, you can tell they're bone. They have a little bit more like bone edge, kind of not very smooth look to them. Sometimes that's the thing I noticed, right, with the art versus a sculpt, it changes what something's supposed to be. Because the person doing the 3D modeling maybe didn't know what it was supposed to be. You know, the artist knows. The artist has to draw it. They gotta, you know, do all the stuff they gotta do. Like, these just look like knee pads. Like that's what they look like. And with that extra line they put on it, it definitely acts like a knee pad. They got all these weird bones sticking out of her back. I don't know if that's ever really happened. I know she had them like out of her shoulder blades at one point. No, so she does have her shoulder blade wounds. I said shoulder blade, sorry, her elbows. Weirdest one is this belt one that they drew. Like it really makes no sense. Like this one doesn't. It looks like a belt. Still not the worst design. That Hulk still will always hold that honor, I think. Here's the only problem I'm having with this is it's very close to the flesh tone, so because there's bone on the flesh in a couple areas, it's kind of hard to tell. I guess this is where you would want to do like a brown and then highlight up to the bone white and do a last highlight of white or an off white. Wonderful touch-ups. The question, half of my touch-ups are going to be, okay, is it a green touch-up or a blue touch-up? All right. And she has blue eyes, so. X-ray goggle time. There's no more. The problem is, once it dries up on the wet palette, then of course it's not. The paint keeps the water from coming through the wet palette. She's blue eyeshadow. have any of my other glasses now. That's good enough. I think that's what we're going with. I don't know if I want to do a slight wash on our bones and make them stand out more. I mean, even in the art, they're very similar colors. It helps a little bit. All right, do our concrete and the wash. Almost guarantee that's, yep, that's gonna be dry. Wash, on the other hand, is not dried. So let's get this one where it does dry. both of those dry before I do their rings. Because that one has a lot on it. Probably more than I wanted. Alright. Back to Zemo's yellow. X23 should be easy. I mean, it's just basically block. So. Alright, Zemo. Probably gonna need a third coat. that's just annoying. All right, let's get our gold. This will probably take more than one coat as well, unfortunately. can never remember. I think it's brown. I think brown is what you want to do for gold's base coat. Definitely not gray. I think when you do non-metallic metal, you use brown as a base. Then you build your orange and your tan? I think it's orange and tan. Like it's like an orangish, maybe like a burnt umber, maybe. Do it again. No, don't do it again yet. It's not good. Don't do the second coat yet. Well, fucked up old Pinot. We're gonna need another coat of yellow. I think one more will do it, and I'm gonna call the yellow done. I'm not gonna like that yellow. couple touch-ups. After I get rid of the purple skin, on top of my paint. All right. Yeah, yellow finally came out. Jeez. All right. Let's get our gold. There he goes. And we need more gray. Everything's gray. I mean, he's multi-levels of gray. I guess we can get away with, like, tan for the dirt, at least. Or I guess we'll go bone white, because I don't have tan anymore. Alright, get this done, and all I got is X23 and some base rings. What did I do? Put ash gray down. That's what I did. So I whacked the shoes, the boots with the gray. You know? I want my yellow to stay yellow. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta put little black dots all over this stupid thing. Alright. Black dots. You come on for a minute. Let the base dry. Let's do our base rings on these two, and then all we got left is OX23. All right. Question is, do I want Zemo to really be the same color? Probably not. We'll go umber maybe with him. I think it's slightly different. The one I gotta be careful with because it's got a raised section along with the base ring. It always causes me trouble. Alright, X23. You should be quick, because again, you're just pretty much black. Let's go ahead and do our base while I've got this gray still a little. The gray dries up on me. Bought some masking stuff. I'm gonna try it in another stream. Didn't work the way I wanted it to. I don't know if I'm not using it right or not the right kind. I mean, that's probably more likely the case. And of course, I got gray down there, so. I'm going to paint yellow on here anyways, but I prefer to have a little gray I have to cover up as possible. Alright, so black on black on black. And I was going to try this dragon black for her hair, so let's see how this goes. An extra green. Don't think that's where that's supposed to be. I don't think either one of those are where I want them, or where they're supposed to be. Why are you not coming out? One of the problems I have with these Reaper bottles, they don't drip properly. I feel like this dragon black is just black. I do. I feel like the dragon black is just black. Yeah, this just feels like black. Why do they call it dragon black? No clue. Just make it sound fancy. And on Saturday, I can tell I'm getting tired. Like, just my arms are dropping. I'm pulling things out of the camera. Nature of the beast. Man, it's not a bad looking black, it's just black. Like, I put this up against the base ring, and minus the base ring being a matter, more matte black. It's just black. All right. And now her outfit is basically just going to be Necromancer cloak. paint her boot with a smaller brush. Right up on the fire. I mean, even when I was getting her, I debated priming her, just priming over the fire, because like that incongruity, the disconnect between season 1, season 2, season 3, you know, some having translucent, some don't. And even in season 3, like when they did and when they didn't use it was weird, because they said that the certain colors, I guess, weren't as good, so they didn't want to use them again in season 3. I'm thinking the same thing with the DC. And I'm gonna have to do her shoulder pads, smaller brush too. She's got like slits in her shirt on the shoulders. Oh, here we go. Before we do that, take a drink. Now, there is a trick, and I could have done this with all of these, is you stick the mini in the freezer, and it causes the glue that's holding them in to snap. Then you can, paint the mini without worrying about the translucent part. And then you can also paint the piece that goes back in a complementary color. Okay. Trying to get her one blade on this one foot. It's a very weird spot. All right. I'm gonna double check the shirt. And just smacking her arms all over the place. It's all gonna be touching up. Yeah, that didn't work out. Still went right in the holes. It's like I was gonna try to keep the shirt, but here's another example where the art not matching. So in the art, it shows her gloves go pretty much all the way up. In this one, the gloves have a very defined stop right down here. So there's this weird line here. This is a two-part, maybe they're two-part gloves. Like, I feel like they tried to keep the glove going all the way up, but they made such a hard break right there. It's like, it looks like two separate pieces. I don't know what to do. And again, I only see that because I've got these glasses on. If I don't have these on, I don't notice. I don't think I want to do it all the way up. There'd just be way too much black if I do that. The eye I kept losing the other day. This very weird spot right there. Just very, very annoying. Debating if I wanted to go all the way up here, and then I like look back here and I'm like, wow, I got a lot of black ones. Oy. It's getting tired, I guess. Thinking stupid mistake after a stupid mistake. Oh, I'm gonna put the top. Oh, I'm about to say I didn't think I put it back up because it kept drying out. Even two different color blacks, it's like just black on black on black. So her eyes are black. She's supposed to have teeth, although I don't think they molded her teeth, so it looks very weird. I have to try to find some teeth. Make some teeth. Found some teeth, or at least I made some teeth. Whew. I'm gonna zoom in for a little bit. Oh, all right. All right, so let's get. I think I did gunmetal. I don't know what I did. Did I do? I think I did plate mail. I want a little bit more shiny than. I think that's gonna be the only thing of hers that's like standing out. That's pretty much it. Alright, let's get some yellow on the... yellow on the flames and... I need to go get my human torch to see if that's comparable. Ugh. The human torch was my first one I did like that. I don't know if I did 2 or 3 different yellows. No, I don't remember if I did like yellows and oranges and it was just one color. I did Lockheed the other week, and I put a can't remember either how I did him. That's gonna be it for her. Alright, so let's put our wash on. That wash is dry. This wash is settled again. Should be more than enough. An extra black. Don't have an extra black. I have a hole, and I need to figure out. Wolf Gray's in the wrong spot. There we go. Oh, organization. Well, organization. Right. Want my finger itches. Right. That is all of them. That's 1, 2, what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minis and 7, almost 8 hours. So again, about a minute, mini an hour. All right, so let's get the black paint off my hands so we don't accidentally get that on our minis. All right, so we got Juggernaut. And these look very, like, much shinier in the camera than they do to me. So they actually look good. And it's again, because I adjusted that yesterday, and everything was kind of dark. Adjusted, and I didn't adjust it today. Everything seems kind of light. Lady Deathstrike. Her eyebrows are kind of freaking me out. She's got like a double eyebrow. It's kind of weird on the sculpt. So it's kind of got, she's got her eyebrow, and then she has like an eyelash, and then she has this under eye thing. So they tried to put all of that inside of there. Yeah, he does right. Marrow was the one that was finished yesterday. So she was the only one we got completed yesterday. I say that, and then I look down here, and I'm like, dang it. I was doing the wash, I guess. I hit it. All right, we got Marrow. And the bones are roughly the same color as her flesh. X23, whose base is still a little bit wet. Same thing as like here. This looks a lot darker, and the yellow looks really more like way more vibrant. But like to me, it's blended better. So it's just one of those things on the camera. Oh. I'll have to check that base in later. We got Professor with 25 coats of yellow. Still has some yellow I don't like, but I'm not going to put any more coats. No more coats of yellow. I'm done with yellow. We got Zemo. Also, I think I have a dead phone. My phone finally, I think, gave in. All of his little black dots. And then just so you can see how I did Human Torch, because he's standing here. Didn't paint him today. I've had Human Torch painted for a while. I mean, this was the first one I ever painted without primer. Was all of the Fantastic Four, even like Mr. Fantastic, because I needed to get them all painted, and I just started painting instead of doing that. All right, there we go. I don't even know why I put these back on. There we go, guys. That is these minis. These minis will be the minis I play in the next week's streams. So if you want to watch those streams, like, subscribe, bell notification, notify me on those streams. Again, you voted on this, so I painted this. Come watch. If you want to have suggestions for future things that you want to see me paint, again, I do have that poll up. You can see some of the things I was thinking about. Just let me know in the comments here or the comments on that poll. But until next time, guys. Peace.